I just wanted to give a few announcements. Everybody has a mic at their table. Please turn it on and leave it on for the whole time we're here. It won't work?
Now it works.
Okay, great. And then the other thing I just want to say, hope you guys had a restful break. We just have one addendum to our agenda for everybody. You added the pay parameters that we said?
Correct.
Okay, and then we don't have a preference on first or second. Do you have a preference?
We do not.
Okay.
We'll go first then.
Okay, how's that
Okay.
sound?
We,
Okay.
Nope.
is Michelle bringing the copies down?
Oh, okay, well, we can go first then. How's that
Thank you.
sound?
JK.
Okay, well, we're going to start with Article 9.
Okay.
I just talked to her. She's on her way down. Yeah. Oh, for the whole thing?
Yeah.
Right. Excuse me.
We're missing a couple of agendas down here. Are there any extras down there? Oh, thanks, Amy.
There weren't any left.
Oh, there weren't any left?
Nope, we can share. I know there's one. It says, please don't sit here. That's
As long as you don't mind that.
Sure, I'll take that. Here you go, Adam. You got an agenda.
Don't need it.
This is 9. It's for them. We already have. Let me start some more short.
Thank you.
Jenny. Joe, no, we sent ours to her.
Thank you.
Okay. Does everybody have a copy of 9? Okay, we'll go ahead and get started and turn it over to Brian.
Okay, thanks. Hi, how you doing?
We're
Hope
good.
you guys had a good summer and a good start back to your school year. So we have Article 9 for you as a standalone article. You had presented it as part of a package last time. We do have a package of articles for you
Okay.
that will be presented after. We've pulled 9 apart. 9 feels like one where we're really close. And I guess the ones that we packaged together, we saw as kind of core workload and economic provisions. So they felt natural to kind of put together in a package. 9 felt a little bit different, at least for us, and so we've proposed it as a standalone. So I can start out on that, and then other people from our team will have some conversation. There's only a couple places where we have differences in that article now.
Excellent.
So
Thanks, Brian.
yeah, if you start, and it's been a while since we were all together. So if I miss something, let me know. Where we're have the same proposal, or sometimes I have missed some things. So, but I'll review it all just to make sure that to kind of refresh us. A1, I believe that we are in agreement on that section now. So shouldn't be any moving parts there. A2 on the extreme student disruption and imminent threat. We had some constructive conversation there. I believe that we have a modification to our proposal that now brings it in line with your last proposal. And I think the piece that we were working on was at the very bottom of A2. If you look, starting with the phrase, including but not limited to the steps the administration has taken to address the incident. We had not included that in our prior proposal. That was in your proposal. So we've now adopted it. So I think that A2, I believe, is now the same between our two proposals. Again, if you notice something, let me know. But that's what my notes had anyway. A3 is the first place that we have differences between our two proposals. And I don't recall who on our team was. Lori.
That's me. I'm Lori, principal at Jacob Wismer, since it's been a while. We looked at room clears, and in that first paragraph, a bargaining unit member may remove students from the classroom or other district space to ensure safety. We agree with that. However, we changed, instead of contained in Appendix X, we changed it to via the student conduct form identified below in 9A4A. And then the other part that we changed was in the second sentence that reads now currently, following a room clear, the bargaining unit member shall receive support to prepare the learning space for students if needed. We eliminated that sentence that said supports will be mutually agreed upon by the administrator and the bargaining unit member or members, because we didn't want to delay the return of children to the room for the instruction. We thought that if like an administrator wasn't available or they couldn't come to an agreement, that would delay the process of the reentry of the student into the room. And it is common practice, at least at my building, for us to send a team in to ask what the bargaining unit members need. So we always ask for what people need before students return. So repair of the room, whether that's taping and stapling things back up on the wall, righting furniture that has been upside down, whatever it is that they need, if they need a break to take, to get calm or to get some water, whatever they need for both the students and the staff. So we didn't want to muddy that water there.
Okay, thanks, Lori. On the next paragraph, I believe we've both proposed a deletion of that current language, and it would carry down to what would be 4A under behavioral referrals. I think there in that paragraph, we have two differences there, and I think Joanna was going to talk about the first.
I can speak to that. So on the third line, we did not pick up the word singular. We just thought that we need a little bit more flexibility because there might be a form that is specific to a grade level. So having a little bit of flexibility is important when we're talking about different grade levels, and having that would be great. And then the next line, we just eliminated IE a referral just for fluidity, really. It's just to avoid redundancy of the word referral, but it's nothing that we're stuck on or anything like that.
Yeah, I think that one's more an editorial change because we referred to a district-maintained referral form, so that would make the IE a referral unnecessary. So I think before, we might not have used the word referral in our prior proposals. We just incorporated it in a different way, just for readability. So I don't know that that one's a substantive difference unless you guys see something there that feels substantive.
Thank you.
Follow-up support, which is 4B. My notes show that we are in agreement in that paragraph. Neither party proposed a change to that section B under juvenile information. Behavioral information, I believe that our proposals are now in agreement. And then section D was just a change or the addition of bargaining unit, which again is the same between our two proposals. Consistent discipline, I believe that those are, for the most part, editorial changes, and we're the same in our two proposals and the same for the deletion of F. So if you find something that we are not in agreement on, let me know, because I only showed that A3 and 4A where we had some differences.
Okay.
So I appreciate the conversation we've had on this article. I feel like we're getting closer. I know we still have some things to talk about, but it feels like that one's getting closer.
Yeah.
So I think we've done some good work as a full group trying to get to that
Yeah,
point.
thank you.
Thank you for that.
Any questions for 9?
Not at this time, no.
Okay,
Thanks.
thanks. Okay, we'll move on to 10.
So then 10, we're presenting as a package as
Yeah.
10, 11, 17, 18, and 19. And as Michelle's passing that out, I think what you're going to find in this package are some areas where we've maintained our prior proposal, some areas where we've made some movement, tried to make some movement towards you, knowing that within this package, there's kind of a give and take. And so it's kind of a combination of those things. Some places where we're at the same spot and some where we've made movement. Oh, thank you. Hey, Michelle. Yeah. It's a new 18. Does everybody have, do you need a second to kind of pull those together? Or everybody have those in front of them?
I think so.
Are we good to go?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks. Article 10, again, just kind of re-hitting some of the pieces because it's been a while since we talked. I don't believe that there are any differences in A1 and 2. We continue to have a difference in A3, and I think Matt was going to talk about that one.
Yep, Matt Castillo, principal at Aloha High School. The only proposal we have in A3 is to strike the term evening, just acknowledging that not all activities outside the school day would be in the evening. You could have afternoon graduations. In a couple weeks, we have a national cross-country invitational that staff will be working as one of their 3. It's during the day. So just to allow for the needed flexibility, should not limit it to simply evening activities.
Thanks, Matt. A4, that's an area where we continue to have differences between our proposals, and I think Lori was going to talk about that one.
Okay, on number 4, we have agreement with the first sentence, but we reverted back to the schedule changes and newly added events will be communicated promptly with as much advance notice as practicable, and that we would work as administrators collaboratively with the bargaining unit members to make sure that if we changed or added events, it would not interfere with their schedule. And the reason for that is because we have so many variables, especially at the elementary school where PTOs are super involved. Things like not having a chair for an event that has to get canceled at a last minute, or perhaps it was an outdoor event that had to be changed because of the weather. Also, performers or other participants getting sick, as well as the availability of support volunteers. So we try to we calendar our events at the beginning, at the end of the summer, at the end of the year, and through the summer for the following year. But there are changes that have to be made to those sometimes, due to things that are not in our control.
Thanks, Lori.
You're welcome.
A5 and 6 are the same issue, and it is, I think, one of the areas where we are asking for some affirmative change to the contract, just based on some concerns that we've had, and Susan's going to touch on those.
Yeah, thank you. So we just continue to hear from principals that this is something that, a change they would like to see. It's really important that we understand that schedules sometimes do need to be flexed for professionals, but also the standardized schedule within the workday is something that's important to all of our students and patrons. And sometimes it's not just a matter of letting the office know that you're flexing your schedule. It's really the principal that always is the one that kind of knows what's happening throughout, or needs to know what's happening throughout the body of the employees in order to make sure that we don't have impact on our ability to serve our parents and students, our families, et cetera. So this is a priority for principals to have that approval of flex time.
So that's the same topic in both A5 and 6. Moving on to section B, I think we have some editorial changes that I think both parties have agreed to some regard. I think otherwise, we're largely proposing to maintain our current status quo with respect to plan time. I think our struggle here is we do have a CBA that at least in my familiarity with other CBAs has the largest numeric carve-out that I know of in the state, the 675 minutes. And so for us, there's a number of places where you guys have proposed to expand plan time, either for an employee group or in our definition, I think, perhaps. And I think we struggle to know where we would find that additional time within the current structures that we have without having to sacrifice instructional time or other PD time or things like that. So for us, it's kind of like you bargain to the point of an equilibrium or a balance where we've got schedules made and our time kind of delineated, and altering that will be really difficult for us. So our proposal is to maintain what we have, and that I think is true for all of section B. That's all plan time, where we've made the switch from employees to bargaining unit members, but have otherwise. And I think there's a switch in location of what is currently 6 down to 8, but it's not a language change. Part of section B deals with travel time, and I believe that we have agreement in new language around what happens if travel time reduces a member below their contractual minimum on prep time. My note says our language is the same now in B10, unless I've overlooked something. And then I think Mike was going to talk about section C, class size and caseload. We have adopted your entry paragraph into that. I mean, I feel like we are aligned. You know, when we bargain over class size and caseload, sometimes the impression is that we're of different minds about whether smaller class sizes are better. And I think we are aligned to that. I think within our available funding, the district is in favor of smaller class sizes. I think we appreciate that introductory paragraph that you guys proposed last time, because we agree with that appropriate class sizes and caseloads are essential in promoting and engaging safe and secure learning environment. Agree. Committing to advocating for a fully funded public education system. Again, completely agree with those things. I think where we struggle, and I'm not as familiar with the structure of, we've called it Little Sam. So it's a process that's unique to Beaverton. Every district has its own way, I think, of kind of starting out its process and creating targets and how are we going to staff buildings and things like that. So I'm not as familiar with Little Sam, so I was going to let Mike talk a little bit about that. Janine, sorry.
It's quite all right. So with regards to this, like Brian just said, we didn't accept your language with regards to Little Sam and Big Sam, and we just wanted to let you know that it's not a formalized committee, and when we make decisions about different things, there's confidential information that's shared at those meetings, and it's an operational thing that we use. So we actually added a place on here that said the district will provide a monthly summary of staffing changes made during the summer and fall, so that we could communicate that out to you.
Mike, is there anything else you want to add on?
No, just again, kind of see it as an administrative function that we want to hold on to in terms of how we process that work. We meet at various times, sometimes morning, sometimes afternoon, sometimes, you know, we catch as catch can. We start out fairly formal, but then what we try to do is respond quickly and timely to needs. So certainly something we're willing to share out what the decisions are made. We want to be transparent in that manner. But in terms of putting folks on a committee, it's just much less form of that and more of an administrative function in our eyes.
Thanks, Mike. I believe that we both, the only other piece where there's a change, if you look at E8, I believe we've both agreed to strike that current language. And then the final paragraph is just a change from professional educators to bargaining unit members. We noted that, and the next thing you have in your packet, we noted that if we strike that number 8, then Appendix X would no longer be relevant or necessary because Appendix X is the form that people check off if they are completing the activities in 8. So section, at least that was my read of it, that section 8 talks about the building administrator and association reps signing off annually that certain contractual requirements have been met, and that looks like what Appendix F does. So if we don't have that exercise anymore, we don't need the Appendix X to complete the exercise, I think. That's how we didn't intend to delete Appendix F for any other reason than we felt like we had agreement that Section 8 would be being deleted. So you just see that. I suppose we'll have to re-letter some appendices, but you just see Appendix F as being struck. Questions on that before I move on? Okay. Article 11, we have a few folks that are going to speak to that one. Just to recap, I don't believe that we have any disagreement in, again, if I'm overlooking something, please let me know.
Brian,
yes.
I'm sorry, I'm so sorry to cut
No
you
worries.
off. Before you go on,
Yeah.
though, we did notice D4, our D4 is missing from your guys's, or at least an explanation for the deletion of that. We were just wondering if you overlook or had that.
Oh, hey, Matt, that's the piece about the, sorry to put you on the spot, the not more than 5 individual sections per A-B day cycle.
Oh, right. Yeah, I'm not sure how that would function, given there are a variety of versions of AB schedules. So to limit to 5 may apply to some, but it certainly wouldn't apply to all variations of an AB schedule. So to put it in the contract wouldn't seem to be able to be a
I think our fear was that it locked us into a specific schedule into the contract,
Right,
correct?
Right, wouldn't allow even the ability to have other kinds of AB schedules.
Got it, thanks. Sorry for overlooking that one.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Am I okay to move on to
Yeah,
Article 11?
I'm so sorry. Yes,
Okay, yeah.
continue, please.
No worries. Article 11, again, I don't believe that either party had proposed changes to A1, 2, or 3. At least I don't see any proposed changes from yours or on ours. A4, I think we were in agreement there. We had previously agreed that folks could do grade student work and create report cards from a location of their choice. So that was language that we had agreed to add previously, so you still see that there. And then I believe Veronica and/or Lori were going to talk about Article A5, where we have maintained our proposal there. So I can't remember if Veronica or Lori were going to start us off on that.
I'd be happy to address that. Your proposal was to keep 4 consecutive hours, including lunch, for administrator-directed time, as well as 4 hours for member-directed time. And we would like to propose it back to 5 and 3 because we think that it would provide us the opportunity to have directed and protected collaboration time for teachers, which is what we believe they are asking for, is protected collaboration time.
Okay, thanks.
I should have gone down on that. Protected time. Not a question.
Sorry, we're having a lull here. So the next one that we didn't pick up from your proposal was, let's see, 5D, the district shall develop a calendar that designates certain days for, and I might tap my colleagues in teaching and learning that are on the PD advisory committee to speak a little bit about that. Not picking up a calendar designating what the professional development would be, that would be included, and concluded by September 15th of each academic year. Veronica, do you feel like you can speak to that a little bit?
Tell me where you
Oh.
are, Susan.
She's right here.
You have to look, it's in
You have
their
to look at
proposal.
their proposal.
Oh,
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm putting you on the spot.
that's okay. Sorry, guys, I was in another. Thank you. I think it goes back to the same dilemma with creating something and then having to make adjustments. And I think, create a calendar. I think it's something I'd have to come back to in a little bit, next time we come back.
Yeah, sorry, we kind of
That's
put you on
okay.
the spot
That's
there.
okay.
We hadn't talked about that one.
Okay.
So we can come back and talk about that after our caucus. The next section, you see that we've still maintained that A6. And I'm gonna defer to Susan a little bit on this, although, you know, in our exchange earlier on that one, and A6, for people listening, is language that would apply if the district adopted a late start or early release schedule. And I think my recollection, when you guys responded to us, at least to some degree, was that it was kind of a hypothetical, and so, like, do we need to kind of hammer out details of something that may or may not happen? I get that, I understand those concerns. I think what we're wanting to convey to you is that we see this as, I don't know if a certainty is the right word, because there are elements of it that we need to negotiate, you know, so, but we see it as something that, a direction the district is wanting to move, not just possibly in the future, but the district is very interested in moving to a late start or early release schedule in the near future. And so, you know, whatever the parameters of that end up being, you know, we know we need to bargain a lot of those components with you. And we're looking to do that now because we're in successor bargaining. So yeah, that's why you see our proposed language back again there. And just as a refresher, I think what we tried to do was translate, you know, if we went to a late start model, how do we reallocate time to avoid a loss of instructional hours? And we also tried to avoid a loss of bargaining unit member directed time as well. So you see a combination of things happening. And I know we've presented this once, but just to recap, with 3 of the 8 staff work days becoming student instructional days, obviously if you go a late start, you eliminate, you know, X amount of student contact time that we need to recapture. And then a transition of 2 of those staff work days to exclusively staff work days. So bargaining unit member directed instead of a split on those days. And then keeping the same breakdown of the other ones other than those 2. And then 4 of the late start early release periods then would by our calculation, would have needed to be reserved for staff planning purposes to avoid a net loss of teacher-directed time in this transition. So, you know, that was our mindset or our thinking, like, how can we do this in a way that doesn't reduce the amount of bargaining unit member directed time, that doesn't reduce the amount of student instructional time. I think we see, and many, you know, I'm sure you're all familiar with colleagues working in other districts, or maybe you've worked somewhere that had a periodic late start or early release type of a calendar. We see a lot of districts that have that model to promote or create collaboration time and other available PD time. And so we have those things as values. So I think what we're wanting to re-engage with you on this, because we see this as not just kind of a hypothetical, but a direction that the district's wanting to move. So Susan, I don't know if you have anything else on that piece.
I think you covered it very well, and I'll just reiterate that really collaboration time is of high value for us. It is mentioned in our strategic plan, and we do get feedback from stakeholders throughout the community and district that they need collaboration time, and in many cases, they cite former early release or late start schedules. And so our goal here is, while in bargaining, to come to some agreements in the contract that create the flexibility for us to make good decisions, to outline specific collaboration time while protecting our bargaining unit members' directed time, so that we have that flexibility in the future when needed. And like Brian said, it is a high priority for us. If we can come to that agreement, it will help us down the road.
Thanks, Susan.
Can I ask a quick question about that? Just off the top of somebody's head who was here at the time that we did do an early release model, do you happen to know what the split was between the time of admin directed and staff directed that we had before? And if you don't,
Suzanne,
Off the top of
do
my
you
head.
mean for those for the early release time itself, not for like the staff work days and
Correct.
stuff like that? So, yeah,
Correct.
I don't know what that split was, or or what the overall structure, because I don't know if it was the same number of like work days / grading days, same number of PD days.
Right.
So I don't know what that looked like.
maybe it's a little rhetorical. I guess I'm just trying to get an understanding if you guys looked at our previous schedule to see if what you're proposing is in line with what we previously had agreed to in the early release model.
Yeah, no, I think our focus was how can we maintain the current breakdown of or allocation of time as close as possible from what exists in the current contract to maintaining that allocation if we went to an early release or late start, probably a late start type of a schedule. So we tried to equate that time. That was kind of our number one goal in translating it in that way.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. I note that we also didn't have anybody on our team assigned to talk about in parent-teacher conferences, the CTP and ACE part. So that's one that I think we'll caucus about and be able to speak to. We did not pick that up from your proposal. That's gone back a couple of times, back and forth a couple of times. So I want to be able to give you rationale on that. So, but I am not the one with that rationale. So, and I don't want to put somebody on my team on the spot here. The emergency closure, we are still proposing our change there. Again, I think for us, it's a maintenance of student instructional time. We set at the beginning of the year a target for how much student instructional time we'd have. We hope it's above the state minimums. The state minimum obviously is a floor. And so our current language in C2 allows only for the makeup of days if we fall below those state minimums. And so that's something that we would like to change. So that's Article 11.
Brian, before you go on to the next article, could I
Yes.
just put something out there? And I hear clearly, and I'm not asking you to answer it because I know that
Yeah.
you don't feel that you're the person.
Sure.
Our team member, Laura D., who's not able to be with us tonight, she's still on leave, but she is coming back. She will be back on the team. She did have a question specifically about the reasoning behind this, you not accepting the language with CTP and ACE.
Yeah.
So if we could get that explanation, just so it's on the record, so that we could make sure to get
Yeah,
that to Laura,
absolutely.
because she's,
Yeah, sorry, I don't have that
No,
right
that's
off
okay.
the top of my head. So we'll make sure, we'll caucus about it and be
Thank
able
you.
to talk about that afterwards. Yeah. The next article is Article 17, which I graciously agreed to tackle this one because we have no differences between our proposals. So it's part of the package. We haven't signed off on it as as a tentative agreement. It's editorial changes, right? Employee to bargaining unit, I think we use Portland State University instead of just a reference to PSU. We noted that that appeared in one other spot in that paragraph in 2A3. So you'll see that there as well. The PSU changed to Portland State University. So somebody doesn't think we're talking about some other PSU out there. I don't believe that we have differences in that proposal. If I'm missing something, again, let me know. Okay. This is the portion of the program where I turn it over to
On to me. Let's talk about money.
our dollars and cents person, Mike.
Welcome back. I know it's been a while, so I thought I would just do a reconnector for myself and for y'all about where we were and where we've been. So Articles 18 and 19, what our proposal now is at a 3.75% COLA for the 24-25 year, again in 25-26 at 3.75%, and then a 4% out in 26-27. Another language piece in there, I think we had outdoor school. It used to be a 0.5%, and I think we agreed that we would go with the 1% as you proposed. I think that's the other language piece that was in there.
There's one or two other things, and I'll catch them.
Okay.
I'll catch them when you're done.
Thank you, Brian.
Yep.
And then 3-year health insurance cap increase, $75 per month increase, and then increasing at $75 each year. So $225 over the 3 years in terms of the increase of the cap. What does that mean? How do we look? I intended to bring to you a more comprehensive list of metro area districts in terms of high and lows on the salary schedule and details on how many days a year they work and those kinds of things. I did not get all that together over the summer. It was hard to reach people. I know, Suzanne, very disappointing. So what you're getting is what Mike tracks in his own mind and puts on paper occasionally to see where we are as a district and where we've been. So to orient you to this, if you look this first year, 2022-23, what was the minimum salary on the schedule? And then what, and then in turn, this still says min, these are max. So again, you're getting insight into Mike's mind. But these are the max down here below. So if you look at the first half of it, you see it sectioned out in terms of minimum salary schedules going across the years, and you see it fades out into a much smaller number of districts because we don't have agreements with a number of districts, right? A lot of people are still bargaining. So if you look back to, just to orient us, in 22-23, our minimum schedule with these comparator districts that we kind of used in the past to say both who's around us and also who's similar in size to us, we were second in terms of what we paid on the minimum salary schedule. And then in 22-23 on the max, we were just, looks like $41 within the top of the schedule. So we were second there with Hillsborough just above us in 22-23. Where you see an asterisk, like on a Westland or a Tigard, those are districts that pay the PERS for them. So what I did is just simple math of increasing their salary by 6% to try to get apples to apples. Does that make sense? Again, the math's a little bit different than that, but it's close enough just to kind of get us in the ballpark. So then we look at 23-24 and where folks are. You can see Westland came onto the scene here in 23-24 where they took over the top spot in both the minimum schedule and the higher end of the schedule. We begin to, on the beginning, salaries start to fall a little bit, concerning to us, right? We want to be competitive at those early parts of the schedule. So we fall all the way down to fourth here at that point in time. Still ahead of Tigard and Hillsborough. Again, Westland on the top of the schedule. Higher than us. We're still second at that point in time. Looking at Portland, this was, I think, 23-24 was the year their settlement. So when they gave an increase, I think it was 6.25. I thought, what does that mean to us and where do they fit? So I've got that number in there. We're still in good standing overall in terms of compared to other districts in 23-24. What I've suggested here is what our proposal would be moving forward with that 3.75, 3.75, and 4. And I plugged it in to say where do we fit moving forward beginning in 24-25. Does that make sense? Following along there? So we're in the same spot in 425 with these other districts in terms of starting salary, same spot in terms of maintaining at the top of the schedule, where we are there. And then you go out to 25, 26, and we start to lose our comparators. We maintain Portland for a year. I think Salem Kaiser will be bargaining theirs for next year. And then we lose out on Tigard and Hillsborough. They're bargaining just like us, so if one of them settles, we'll get it on there. I just got West Lynn's on here. I think they settled the end of July for the next several years. So those are interesting comparators. But generally speaking, you can see from a trend perspective, we've fallen a little bit in terms of our in terms of our competitiveness on the start of the schedule. Something we're interested in looking at this go around on how we can move that up. And we've kind of maintained our position with the proposal you see in front of you on the higher end of the schedule. Make sense? And again, I can bring you some more numbers as we start to collect those from others. What does it do? What does what we've shared with you do in terms of money? Money overall. You all have seen this again. We'll go through it again. You're going to teach the budget committee this next year, I think, as we walk through this process. But generally speaking, these are our resources, what they actually were in 22-23, total including beginning fund balance of $652 million. Expenditures, we spent $513.6 million, what our ending fund balance was. That other reserve that the board asked us to maintain, the financial reserve outside of that, and what those totals are. So that's just to orient you with in terms of resources and expenditures, and you see those going across. What has changed since we shared this with you last? I have updated the revenue in the 25-27 biennium to the $11.3 billion potential current service level. So remember, the governor said she'd take a look at current service level and the calculations. Pretty significant move there on the governor's part, added about $500 million to addressing what current service level is for school districts. So we'll see how the long session goes this time, but that's very encouraging to me. And you know how I am a bit of an Eeyore and a pessimist when it comes to the legislature meeting. But that's good news, right? Like $500 million added to current service level that we don't have to start the argument with. So this assumes resources at the state-controlled level at $11.3 billion, which is an increase, a significant increase. How that will factor in and what actually happens, I don't know yet, right? Like the talk I'm hearing, you're probably hearing the same things at OEA as a state, you're down 30,000 students, so we're going to reset the bar and actually lower that current service level by the reduced number of students in the system. So that's a bit of a threat to that system. On the potential ad side, there's discussion about eliminating the cap on IEP in the state school fund and actually funding it. Remember, if they eliminate the cap, it doesn't mean anything if they don't add funding to it, but there's discussion around that. There's some discussion around potentially increasing the high-cost disability fund. So there's some other discussions around, but I just updated that CSL to the 11.3 billion, and you can kind of see how it plays out. So again, in 24-25, you can see what we're looking at for this year in our budget, and this reflects the 3.75 increase. We would run a deficit, you see that in red, that's a deficit of $16 million, but that's just a deficit for that year, right? So what's happening is we're projecting that our reserve goes from $160 million down to $144 million because we're operating at a $16 million deficit. Still have reserves, still in good shape, everything's fine, right? Take it out to 25-26. In that year, don't do anything, just roll the numbers forward, keep doing the same things we've been doing. Our deficit grows to about $30 million, and our fund balance falls to about $114 million overall. So again, not too bad, still have reserves, $30 million annual deficit. That starts to get a little troubling, right? Like we can't run deficits for long because we're using this one-time fund balance to pay for it. So as you look out into 26-27, that's where it starts getting concerning. That deficit grows to $51 million. And at $51 million, I've got to start having conversations with the board about how we avoid falling off a cliff, right? So if we've done nothing to this point, we've taken our reserve, we burned through $100 million of reserves taking it from 160 to 60, and we're spending at a $51 million deficit. So at that point, we've got to start addressing how we're going to get through it and what kind of cuts we would make. Overall, still a decent reserve, but again, what's happening on an annual basis is started to escalate and get a little bit higher. Questions? A little more abbreviated than last time, but
I just have a couple.
sure.
Okay. Do you have an actual surplus deficit number that includes the SIA and M98 funds included?
Yeah, so it's not going to change much because those are grant funds and we spend them out, right? Like, I think we'll have a carryover through September 30th of this year on SIA, but other than that, we don't have a carryover. On Measure 98, we had a little bit of a carryover this year, but I don't know what's going on at OD. They messed up the calculation somehow, and we're actually getting about $2 million less in high school success next year. So we're using what was our carryover from one year to spend it and shore up this year. We've got some decisions to make there, but I kind of treat those a little bit separately, Suzanne, because they are grants and they're 2-year grants, and that you have to spend all the money. It's not like the general fund where we can hold that reserve over a number of years and kind of spend it as the board chooses. We've got to spend it in a 2-year period.
Thanks. I have a second one. When you were looking at the comparisons for locals, did you include the adjustment for the salary to account for the difference of numbers of days?
No,
Okay.
so good, excellent question, right? Like
That's awesome.
the number of,
Sorry.
yeah, no, the number of days ranges, right? You could go from 190 to 195 is kind of the numbers I generally see. And no, I just took, this is Mike math, starting schedule, top of the schedule, get us in a ballpark.
Okay.
We certainly can do that, right? Like I can get into those contracts and really look at them. We'll get our HR team helping us out with that to say, all right, not only what's the top and bottom, but what's the daily or the number of days.
Yeah, because I think that's helpful when we're
Sure.
talking about comparing apples and apples.
Sure.
Without that
Yeah,
being
this
accounted
is,
for,
you
it's still
should take
apples and
this as
bananas.
ballpark, right?
Right.
Like, this is ballpark, it shouldn't be exact, but.
Okay. Thank you. Those are our questions.
Okay. There was just a couple of odds and ends in Article 18 that I wanted to highlight for you. Thanks, Mike. If you go to page 4, section D, that one's outdoor school, and that's, Mike referenced that. You had proposed to double that from 0.5% to 1%, and we did pick up that change. If you go to the next page, page 5, section F, elementary activities. I think we're both going in a similar direction here, but our language is a little bit different. So we've both proposed to delete here F1, 2, and 3. I think we're, and I imagine you are as well, you may have even already spoke to this, interested in standardizing what those payments look like. Right now, it kind of, it leaves it, this section F1, activity stipends to be mutually agreed between the principal and the employee. So we're looking to make that more standard across the district. So in our minds, that would, we have the same language about examples of activities include intramurals, choirs, and clubs. That was your language as well. We've added any stipend shall be set forth in Appendix C. That, to us, is where we would say how much we pay for each of those things. Otherwise, the strikeouts are the same. And then the last piece I'd draw your attention to is the very end of the article. You guys had proposed a new section O. And Susan, I may ask you to jump in on this one a little bit. We've mirrored a version of that section O back to you, but in our minds, a task force to look at Appendix C, we've called on that to focus specifically on compensation for elementary activities described in section F. So I don't, Susan, I'm not going to speak about this accurately. I believe that we, not in the too far distant past, had done kind of a relook at that Appendix C. Is that true, or am I making that up?
No, that's accurate.
So I guess we didn't know that we needed to completely relook at Appendix C, feeling like that work had been done. And I don't know how long ago that was. So we saw it as really looking only at the elementary activities, because obviously if we call that out in Section F that they will be in Appendix C needs to reflect them. So that work will need to happen. I noticed that we left a sentence on there. Then we took the remainder of your language and took some pieces, some specifics out. And we should have also taken out the task force shall include 6 members. I think, Susan, you were recollecting that, in fact, it ended up being larger than that, didn't it?
Yes, it did, and just felt like we wanted the flexibility to determine the size of the group.
I don't think we have a problem with it being equal representation of association and district folks, but that it may be a different size and likely larger than 6 folks. We didn't include the deadline for the first meeting. We're now getting pretty darn close to September 25th, and so we didn't include that. We did include a deadline for a work product. We moved it up to March 15th. I think Mike's comment was that's when we're building the budget, and if we are going to include those things for the next fiscal year, we'll have to have a recommendation or a proposal by March 15th. That's why you see the language for inclusion in the next fiscal year. Mike, did I have that correct?
Yeah, don't tell Jessica, though, she wants February 15th.
Too bad. That's Article 18. Article 19, Mike already talked about the proposed caps. And again, this is an article where our language is fairly similar. I think the one place that we still have differences appear in B4. And there we get to this question of, we have a district benefits committee. What do we do if that committee can't reach common agreement on changes to carriers and plans? That is a concern of ours. I mean, we could be in a situation where a current plan went away completely, and we have to do something, right? I mean, so from our perspective, we can't just kind of dwell in a point of there's not mutual agreement here. Obviously, we've proposed it that the district would make that final decision. You've not agreed with that, I understand that, but I guess my question would be, what would we do if we were at a point of no mutual agreement there, because the changes would need to get made in order to have continuity of coverage and so forth. So that language is still as we had proposed it previously. And I believe that really is the only section language-wise where we have differences. Susan, do you remember anything different? Do we have other areas where we're different in this one? Yeah. Oh, thank you. Thanks, Eric. Is there anything else in 19 where we're different? I didn't think so. Yeah, I think that the rest of 19 is the same in our 2 proposals.
Thank you. I
Yep.
have one question about 18.
18.
Yeah, sorry.
Shoot.
On G, our proposal had a G2, extended work for specialists, so that included language about counselors and the summer. That wasn't included in your proposal, and I was just wondering again.
Yeah, I think that's
No,
one
thank
that.
you, or just a, whoops.
So G2, we have agreement that, the current language has 5 days guaranteed and up to an additional 5 days may be requested. And the difference there, we have that with approval of the administrator. And I think this is one where we needed to hear a little bit more from you folks. So for us, there will be times where there's specific timing involved, where work needs to be happening at a specific time, where it wouldn't work for somebody to say, hey, I'm going to work some of those 5 days in July, for example. like and Matt, you can probably speak about this better. I don't know if you can chime in on this, help me out a little.
Sure. At least at the high school level, it makes little sense to work prior to the master schedule being set because the work of counselors is so tied to student schedules. None of that work can begin prior to the master schedule being set. So if you had a counselor that said, I want to work the last week in June, I'm not sure what they'd be able to do to help with the real work, which comes in August.
And I didn't recall what our conversation had been previously, that language about any portion of the guaranteed days may be used during the summer. I don't recall if your group had talked about, people getting to decide like where in the summer those days happened, so I just am not remembering what that conversation was.
We'll get back to you.
Okay, that'd be helpful.
I think that's it for our questions on
Okay.
the package,
All right, thank you.
which means it's our turn.
Did you get your printouts? I mean,
Not
not
that I
yet.
know of, and I was going to propose maybe like a 5-minute break just to go to the restroom.
Yeah,
That-
thanks.
That was long and helpful, but long, and maybe just take a 5-minute break?
Yeah,
Sure.
I
And we can
appreciate
check
that.
on our printing as well.
Michelle,
So 10 minutes sounds good too.
All right, thanks.
Thank you. We're having a little snafu with our printing, so because of the time, Janine and I have come to a consensus that we will just take a break to do dinner at 5:30 instead of trying to rush through this. Or
Or we could pivot.
we have 8 behind me.
Our favorite word, pivot.
Which, in all honesty, I can probably get through 8 in
Sure.
15 minutes.
It's up to
and
you.
then, yeah,
Okay.
so we'll just pass that out.
Thank you.
We have to double check the accuracy.
Okay, so this one's gonna come around, and I really am gonna do my best to go through every single thing, because there's a lot of little nuanced
Yeah. Sounds good.
parts of each. Ooh, hot off the press.
Gracias.
Yeah, that's fine.
Is there anyone who did not receive one? More.
Thank you. You got some extras, Mike? Okay. In regards to pay parameters, that one still is lost in email land, so we may or may not be able to get to that before dinner, but, okay. Everybody's got a copy of Article 8?
Yep.
All righty. We are in agreement for A1. In A2, the only change that we made was to use the word "a plan of assistance for improvement," which reflects our acceptance in B of the acronyms POA and PIA. So that's the only reason for that change.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank
Okay.
you.
For C, we are proposing the language to read that last sentence. On a plan of assistance within the past 8 academic years for related performance issues. Your guys' last proposal was 10 hours, before that was 6. This is us trying to meet in the middle.
Okay.
We are in agreement for A3. There is no changes in A4. We're in agreement on A5. Just tell me if I'm going too fast.
Nope.
We are in agreement for all of B, evaluation of students. We're also in agreement for all of C. That brings us down to D, citizenship and academic freedom. We're in agreement for 1, citizenship. In 2, academic freedom, we are reasserting our language from our previous proposal that we gave you on 516. For E, we're in agreement on 1 and 2. On 3, we're agreeing, to the change in the title, so it'll read property damage and harmful acts. And everything to that final sentence. We would like to counter this with the following language. This language shall not be construed as pertaining to commonly occurring incidental damage to classrooms and workspaces. Incidental damage includes but is not limited to spills and classroom items broken as a result of mishaps. What we want to make clear is that we believe the damage that has been caused by a student in a dysregulated state should be reimbursed, and we are not interested in determining intent. We are in agreement on 4A. We're reasserting B and C because we want meaningful data to be collected. We're in agreement on 5, 6, and 7. fast flip, we're also in agreement of all of F, which is the rest of that page and half of the next one. We're also in agreement for all of G, resignation. And that brings us to H, non-discrimination. We agree that that final sentence be struck, but we do not agree to your additional proposed language. That would start with grievances alleging to violation. We're in agreement on I, physical environment 1. Sorry, let me backtrack that to the very end of 1. We're striking the words as appropriate. We don't agree with those words. We feel that all staff members at a work site location are appropriate to share that information with.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Where are you at?
Janine, I'm on I, physical environment, the very bottom of 1. There's 3 paragraphs, 2, and it's the
Sorry.
very final 2 words. Okay. For 2, we are reasserting that there be language about temperatures in our schools or any work sites because our working conditions are our students' learning conditions. We have adjusted the first sentence with a little change in one of the temperatures. So it would read, when temperatures reach below 60 degrees Fahrenheit or the heat index reaches above 85. We've adjusted that number from 80 degrees to 85 degrees. A is our previous proposal. B, we have made a few changes in there. Bear with me as I try to read my adjustments. So the first one is kind of halfway through. If mitigation is not possible within, we've adjusted that number from 2 to 4 hours of of original notification to risk management. The district will provide an alternative space for instruction until mitigation occurs. C is our previous proposal. J, there's been no changes. We're in agreement on K, job descriptions. On L, we added just a little bit at the end, or statutory responsibilities. We feel that that addition meets the needs of your concerns that you shared and also creates a clear line. And then the last one is our M. We're agreeing to remove that from the language proposals.
We don't have M.
Correct, because we've removed it as you
They're
guys
dropping.
had, yeah, you guys had asked it, that was your proposal, strike it,
Yeah.
we're agreeing to that, struck. It saves us a page of paper. Are there any questions?
I don't see any, and I don't
Okay.
have any right now. Maybe after we have a caucus and a chance to kind of mull it over a little bit, I might have some questions, but
Totally
for
fine.
now, I don't have any.
We're passing around the pay parameters because we've got just a few minutes before dinner, so we can squeeze this. Okay, perfect. And this won't take very long.
I have actually a question on page 6, where it says, on B, page 6, where it says, the district will communicate such decisions or mitigation to the association and to the members of the work site immediately. So having recently been in that position of having to mitigate a situation, for me, the importance was to notify the members immediately because those are my important people. And that, so immediately wouldn't apply to association in that case. And so where's the wiggle room there with that language? I know it's semantics, but it makes a difference if I'm trying to be true to the contract.
No, Lori, thanks for that
Yeah,
question. We'll
thank
talk
you.
about it and we'll get back to you.
Okay, appreciate that.
Okay, does everybody have the next one in front of them? Perfect. Peek.
Thanks.
Hello, everyone. Nice to see you. So we wanted to go ahead and get this out on the table. This is the result of well, I was going to say a year's worth. It's actually more than a year's worth of time with the pay parameters task force that was set out in our previous contract, I believe in Article 20, if I remember correctly. So that group met. We solicited input from members and administrators to try to determine the universe of extra duty that educators were performing, and as well as the spectrum of compensation that was being given to those members. We took all of that data, we looked at other contracts, and came up with the document that you see before you. And we just want to make sure that we get to this and start discussing it, as it is that was one of the requirements of the task force, was to get it to both bargaining teams. Just a couple of things I do want to point out. We have 3 bullet points up at the top of the document, which I think are very, very important to call attention to. One of the things that our task force discussed was that given the wide range of answers that we got from both members and administrators, and insofar as what compensation is being given for extended work, we wanted to make it very clear that if things are not spelled out, either in Appendix C or in this document, that it would be our expectation as a task force that that work would be compensated at the employee's hourly rate. We also wanted to talk about in the second bullet point there that there are a number of extracurricular activities, and we started down a path of trying to identify every single club that exists, and you probably aren't shocked to learn that there are many. So we decided not to enumerate every single possible thing that could possibly exist. And so we have kind of a caveat there on making sure that there exist agreements to compensate that work. And then finally, just a statement that stipends will be divided among staff if more than one person shares the role. And then below that, you see the amounts. I also want to call attention to the fact that our proposals are the percentages. We have included the amounts. Look, I'm a math teacher. I love math. I love to make people do math. And we felt that if we included the amounts to save folks a step, maybe that would be nicer. But math is important. I just want to make sure that's on the record. But we are recommending percentages so that these stipends will be evergreen through the years. And the final note I want to point out is that the committee was a joint BSD and BEA committee. So there were folks there representing administrators as well as folks representing BEA. And this is the work of all of those brains put together.
Can I ask you a question?
Please do.
Where would this come in? Is it just a new appendix?
That we talked about that a little bit, Brian, and that would be our thinking that either tacking on to Appendix C 4 or 5, whatever number that is, or creating an entirely new appendix.
Okay, thanks.
I have a question, like for the TOSAs, for example, TNL TOSAs, if I'm looking specifically at one, and I'm just curious. It says TNL TOSA summer work, it's on the second page. Is that outside of the stipend that TOSAs get?
This is the
This is the
stipend. Yes,
stipend.
yes, correct.
So when you say summer work, it's for any TOSA that may do summer work?
It was
Or
correct. It was our understanding that most, if not all, of the central-based TOSAs are required to put in a certain number of hours outside the contract, and that this would be the stipend for that work. Most of those hours are during the summer, so we decided just to call it summer work.
Gotcha.
Any other questions?
So it's just the TNL TOSAs?
Correct.
Okay.
There's also, Veronica, I'm going to call your attention, there's also MLD TOSAs up there.
I saw that, and I saw the summer school TOSA. So you did, so I was just trying to figure out the difference between that and then a TNL TOSA summer. That's why I was confused,
Right.
but I get it now. Thank
Great.
you.
Question, very last row, professional development planning / facilitation, is that a link, that underline?
Oh, shucky darn, Matt, you can't click that, can you?
No.
I'll send that along to
Perfect.
so that you can see that. Sorry about that. Sure.
Matt, just so you're, for your knowledge, before you get it, it's a document that has been previously created that I believe the special education department uses, and it has to do with a member who's not a TOSA is presenting professional development, giving them a certain amount of compensation. So maybe it's like, I can't remember the exact details, but it's like an hour and a half per hour or something like that, because recognizing that it takes time to create professional development. And then if it's professional development they've already presented, there's different rates.
Got it, thank you.
All of that spelled out in the C document.
Correct.
Yes, with the BSD header on it.
So can I give you an example of what that might be? So with any new adoption, for example, if we ask some licensed staff members to help us lead or create and help us roll out PD, that's what that's referencing.
And again, it was a document that exists currently and was co-created in the past.
So unless there are other questions, that concludes what we have to present today.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
I think we're ready for lunch. Or dinner.
Excellent.
timing.
Yeah. Janine, can you and I be in touch in about 30 minutes and see? Okay, thank you. Do you want us to leave the microphones on or off at this? Is my face okay?
We should go in there.
Michelle went to go print it.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
No.
Do you have a joke?
Unfortunately, tonight, no. But I do have some things that I would like to pass on behalf of my team and the members who sit behind me and who are at home tonight. Cut and dry, we're offended. We're offended by your response to our proposal. It has taken us this long in caucus to wrap our heads around your response and where that is going to lead us. We feel like some of you understood our package's messaging and intent and others did not. You asked for us in a previous session to be explicit about our priorities, and we feel strongly that our package proposal made it very clear what our priorities were. For example, in Article 10, we moved towards your team $162 million and saw no substantial moves in terms of money or language. If money were the issue for your team, we would have expected to see more movement in the language, but we did not. Looking at your package and wondering what your values and priorities are that you're trying to make clear to us, it's clear to us that you value power and control without any accountability. And as you disrespect us as professionals, that's your messaging. We will be making clear with our members what has been made clear to us tonight, and this will lead to an escalation.
Do we have copies of 10 or 18?
We're still waiting for it.
In spite of all that, we will have a counter for 18, and I'll be going over it with you.
Okay.
Since we only have a few minutes, I was gonna wait till the end, but I'll just ask now. For our future meetings for the 10th and the 24th, could we reserve an hour prior to the session time for caucus?
I tentatively will respond yes, but give us a second to, or the evening to look into, make sure that that space is available for that additional hour.
Okay, we
and
can
then
always meet
confirm
here
it.
too.
Okay.
And then the second thing is, I sent you a text about the link for the pay parameters.
Yes, that,
That is being printed as well.
Thank you.
they opened the link and then printed the document that was attached to it. Thanks, Janine. Before we get this passed out, I do want you to know that we looked into this space and it has been reserved for your team for that additional hour like you asked on the 10th.
For the 2 dates,
Just
the 10th and the 24th?
sorry, I only heard the one. We'll look at the second one, but
Thank
for
you.
sure the 10th right now.
Appreciate it.
Yep.
If it's extra, yeah, I'll take it.
Janine, the pay parameters C document is also being passed around, just so you guys know that that's coming as well. We won't be going over that. That was just per your request.
Okay, does everyone have a?
No, thank you.
Okay, does everyone have a copy? Is everyone ready? All right, let's get started. We are back to individual proposals. Here we go. We have retained number 5, teachers new to the district. I believe that was in one of your last proposals, and we've picked that up. In B, sub 1, we have reiterated our proposal for a 2-year deal for this academic year and for 25-26. We are proposing, as before, 9% in year 1 and 7% in year 2. Scrolling on, I believe we are maintaining excluding inclement weather makeup days in number 2, proration of salary, which I believe we're in agreement on. Moving forward, we in D, so it's section D of this article, outdoor school, we have accepted 1%.
Can you say the number?
Sure. It's on page, for Pete's sake, it's on page 1, 2,
4.
3, 4.
Page 4.
It's page 4, bottom of page 4. Additionally, I want to draw your attention to extended work. As we discussed earlier today, the pay parameters for extended work will be detailed in Appendix X. If you would turn over to the next page to F, elementary activities. We picked up your last proposal for 18, this language. Any stipends shall be set forth in Appendix X. We think that's reasonable language. In H, miscellaneous, we have reiterated the substitute coverage plan language, which we had jettisoned in the name of a package. It's back. I remained stricken or struck. We'll talk about that later. And N. N, we have adopted your language for the reiteration of the pay parameters task force. The task force will be charged with developing recommendations for appropriate compensation for elementary activities described in section F. The task force shall include 6 members. We are not wed to that number, and we are in principle in favor of an equal distribution between the parties. we are not wed to the number of members. We agree in principle with what you said earlier, that an equitable distribution between the two parties makes sense to us too. Is there anything else I should reiterate? Okay.
I just had a quick clarifier. Shoot. It's on F, elementary activities. It just says Appendix X. And it says Appendix C in ours. I didn't know if you just put X because you don't know what the, is it going to be X?
It's the pay parameters document.
So whatever that one is.
Yes, that's whatever we finally name it.
And unless there's any other questions, that concludes what we have to present this evening. The only other thing on the agenda tonight, Janine, that I think that we need to adjust is that we will be needing additional dates to be set on the calendar, and would appreciate if your team could come with those dates on September 10th, proposed dates that we can look at.
That's fine, thanks.
Thank you.